Okay. Looks like we just need Miss Caudill. I tell you what, if Mr. Wire and Miss Robertson, if you want to unmute for a minute while we're waiting for Miss Caudill and kind of go over a few things.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Good morning. Mr. Wire, if you just unmute.
I was looking for the button, Your Honor.
Okay. Okay, so before Ms. Caudill, we're off the record now. I just wanted to go through this, this list here and see what the numbers are that we're talking about. Again, I know, Mr. Wire, you weren't involved in the case earlier, but back in January 2021, we heard evidence. So the divorce has been proved up. There's been evidence about fault. The only thing we need left is, oops, hold on, just hold on just a second here. It's all right. That's all right. Oh, okay. Okay, great. Thank you. Okay. The clerk just brought in some other information that must have just been e-filed. So anyway, back in January 2021, started the case, heard all that other evidence. All that's really left is dividing up the amounts of debt and property. So see, Mr. Wire, since you represent Petitioner in this case, I want to, do you have this list available?
I don't know if I have that. I have something very similar to that. I have a list of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 credit cards, and that's Carnival, Slate.
I'll tell you what, let me read through these and you give me amounts that you're saying is the
debt.
Okay, is the debt. So how much does Mr. Caudill say is the debt for the Barclays Carnival cruise?
The community debt is $8,659.12.
Right, how much on the, and then if some of these cards are not right, then we can take them out. But I had a Chase Amazon that ended in 3824.
Yes, Your Honor, $209.78.
209 and what?
78 cents.
Okay, I had a Chase 2894.
Is that Chase Prime, Your Honor?
I don't know. I have it ends in, I have one that ends in 2894.
One moment, then, Your Honor, let me check this. Can you look on your hard copy there?
I'll tell you what, while he's looking for that, let's go to the next one. A Chase that ends in 1027.
Yes, Your Honor, on one, let me find that one real quick. One moment here, Your Honor. We're going to have to look at it's going to be easier to look at the hard copies. Look at exhibit 2, 3, and 4. You see those?
Exhibit 4 ends in 1027.
Okay, and was that Slate?
Yes, Chase Slate.
Can you hand that to me, please? Okay. Okay, Your Honor, going back to the account ending in 1027.
Yes.
Okay, that is $4,245.83. That's the community portion of the debt.
Okay, how about at Chase ending in 9127?
Yeah, that one. We have a Chase Amazon that ends in 8170, Your Honor.
Okay, so didn't have that one, so let me write that one down. So Chase that ends in what?
8170.
Okay, so what do you show the balance on that one?
Okay, that's $209.78.
Okay. How about, have you found the one that's 9127?
He's checking because he's
Okay,
maybe.
We need to keep going here. So how about
Yeah,
Lowe's?
yes, you're okay. So we got Chase. Which one's Chase Prime? What is the account number on that? We have a Chase Prime, Your Honor, 1808.
Wait a minute. 1808.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, what's the number? What's the amount?
$1,686.30.
All right. You have Lowe's.
We have nothing for Lowe's, Your Honor.
Okay, how about Sears?
We have a Sears card, Your Honor, which is ends in 0082. And the amount is $2,674.69. And that's the community part of that.
How about Omaha MasterCard?
Omaha MasterCard is $15,360.52. And so,
Okay, just
If-
wait.
unless-
So wait. I just want to go through these and get a number. Home Depot,
nothing for Home Depot,
Cellular,
nothing for, is that,
Gateway,
that's which one?
Similar to the microwave one.
Oh, okay,
Excuse me.
Gateway,
one, okay. Where's the rest of it? Which one? Sorry.
That's the home microwave one.
Okay, and that amount is 18,000. The Sinlar is 18,685.55.
You told me Gateway was 0, and then I asked.
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to. The Gateway is the consolidation of all the debt that Mr. Caudill did. And as a result of that, that amount currently is $31,350.48.
31,000, what again?
$350.48. But Your Honor, that is actually all those credit cards that we just listed before that has been consolidated.
Okay, now did you find something for Cellular?
Yes, that's
What's that?
$18,685.55.
How about First National for automobile?
There's nothing for that, Your Honor.
Okay.
Actually, that
The
first
value,
national,
the value on the 2015 automobile?
yes, Your Honor, Greg Clements has misstated on that. That was actually an insurance claim on the Katy property. And that is something that's due from the insurance company for the Katy property. And we are claiming the Katy property as separate property. And so this insurance claim would be separate property. And that's $15,462.52.
And you're saying the Katy property, you're claiming is separate?
Yes, Your Honor.
And, okay, so have you found anything on a Chase that ends in 2894
No, Your Honor.
or a Chase that ends in 9127?
I could not, Your Honor.
Okay, so then Miss Robertson, let me go down these same cards and see if you have same numbers or different numbers. So
Okay.
on the Barclays Carnival Cruise,
So on that one, we were never provided with the most recent statement that we know of. I can tell you what's on the most recent statement. And that one would be, let's see, that would have been probably April of 18, no, July, August, September. I believe it was September of 2018, which is close to when the party split. And that number on there was $14,518.05. They're saying it's less than that. So if they're saying it's $8,659.12, we don't have a recent statement beyond 2018, but if that's what they're saying it is now, then
okay,
I guess we can stipulate to that.
okay, so we
Yes,
just
Your Honor.
we'll stipulate the Barclays then is $8,659.12. How about Chase that ends in 3824?
So I'm looking at my list and there was never any statements provided on an account ending in 3824.
Okay. Do you have anything on Chase 2894?
Same with that. There were no statements ever provided for a Chase account ending in 2894.
How about Chase ending in 1027?
So we do have, it says that's a Chase Slate card. We were provided with Chase Slate statements, but they were ending in a different number, not 1027. And if they're referring to,
What's the number that you have?
let me pull that up real quick. For that one, Chase Slate, we have that it ends in, blow it up here. You know what? I might have misspoken because that one does say 1027. Is that what they're saying?
Yes.
1027. So yes, we do have the Chase slates. The most recent balance we show on a statement is $4,116.88. So it's pretty close to.
That's pretty close. How about,
Yeah.
do you have anything for Chase ending in 9127?
Nothing was provided for a Chase account ending in 9127.
Okay. Anything for Lowe's?
Same for Lowe's.
Okay. How about the Sears ending in 0082?
We were provided with a bunch of Sears statements. The most recent balance on the most recent statement we have was $2,958.70. So we will stipulate to their amount that's very close to the $2,674.69.
Okay, we'll use that. How about the Omaha MasterCard?
No statements provided for that at all.
Okay. At Home Depot?
Same with that.
Okay. Cenlar?
We weren't provided with any Cenlar statements within that discovery that was provided to us.
Okay. And then how about Gateway, which Mr. Wire says is a consolidated amount, but do you have
Yeah.
anything for Gateway?
We have received nothing at all in the way of gateway statements or paperwork.
How about there's a, Mr. Wire said there's a Chase that ends in 8170.
That one I don't even see on the inventory that you sent out. That's the first we're hearing of that card.
Yeah. First time hearing about it too. Okay. The Chase that ends in 1808.
We did get statements for that. That's the Chase Prime card, and the most recent balance on a statement that was provided to us, looks like the most recent one was September of 2018, was $1,059. So similar to what they said, theirs is about 600 more than that.
And then do you have anything for whoop, I got that one. Okay. And then what's your position on the Caudill property? Is that gonna be separate or community?
We stipulated last time at trial that that was separate property because it was purchased prior to the marriage.
Okay. So then, Ms. Robertson, do you have any other debts or property that we need to talk about?
I don't believe so. And other than the ones that you just went down the list with me, I heard several new ones from him this morning, but and then I think that would be it, Your Honor.
Okay. So
Your Honor, I'm sorry, I wasn't able to get in some of the things that my client was looking for reimbursement. One, we have we know there's the Oklahoma property, and I believe the proceeds of the Oklahoma property is $76,000. So definitely, 50-50 split. Both parties will get approximately $38,000 there. But there was an equity loan taken out on the Caudill property, and that was his separate property, and that money was used right at $12,600 was used to purchase the Oklahoma property. So my client would like to have reimbursement of $6,300 for that property.
Okay, now, I thought you said 12,600.
Yes, I'm saying her share of it would be 6,300, but it was 12,600 was used of his separate property, and he would like her to reimburse her for $6,300 from her proceeds of the Oklahoma proceeds to go.
Tell me about this loan again.
Okay.
What entity did you get that loan from?
Citibank.
Citibank. It's Sinlar, Your Honor, Citibank. So that's that $18,000 balance that's outstanding.
Okay, but now Ms. Robertson said she never got anything from you on that.
We did yesterday afternoon. That was the first we ever got any paperwork on it. He sent the, I think it was one or two pages of documents, I believe, on
Actually,
that.
I have a email from Greg Clement's office dated Tuesday, November 9, 2021, where those documents were sent to her. So I understand where she's coming from. I'm assuming she's gotten them, but from my records, I show that she did. I'm not saying she's not telling the truth. I'm just saying that for my records, it shows that she did receive them.
Okay, and then so Mr. Wire, do you have anything else that we need?
Yes, there were some gambling debts that were incurred that looks like it was squandering or wasting of the assets. And
how much?
$2,606.96. So he would like reimbursement of $1,303.48 from the wife's proceeds of the Oklahoma property to cover that.
That's the first we're hearing of any gambling debt.
Okay.
It's in the credit cards, but we'll cover that if we have to. And then the honeymoon, my client says he's put $3,500 on a credit card prior to them getting married for the honeymoon. So he would like to have reimbursement from the Oklahoma property of $1,700.
Which card is that?
That was on the Carnival card. Is that correct? Yes.
Is that Barclays?
Yeah. And then my client made all the payments for the Oklahoma property. And so from the point of separation until they sold the property, which is about 27 months. The monthly payment was $400 a month. I think they were supposed to be making $382, something like that, but he was making $400 a month payments. And as a result, he wants to be reimbursed during that time period at $200 a month, which would be half from the sales proceeds for Mrs. Caudill, which would add up to be $5,400.
All right, Mr. Wire, anything else?
Yes, there's one other thing. Someone has received a payment from Allstate for Mr. Caudill's separate property, for the damages from Mr. Caudill's separate property. We believe Mrs. Caudill received that payment, and if she did, that payment should go to Mr. Caudill, and that's the amount of $15,462.52. If she did not receive that money, we just need to verify that. If she did, then we would need to be reimbursed from the Oklahoma proceeds for that money that she received.
Okay, and so what was that? Was that on that 2015 automobile?
No, Honor, I don't know where Greg came up with the 2015 automobile. This is on the, there is no claim on the 2015 automobile. This is insurance proceeds that were paid in February 2020.
From the freeze of 2000.
Yeah, excuse me, it was paid in April 2021 from the freeze of February 2021.
Okay, and what was that a claim on?
It was broken pipes in the Caudill home.
And Your Honor, I can clarify for the car. I'm not sure why Mr. Clemens had put that on the inventory either. We had discussed that at the beginning of the trial, and we stipulated that that vehicle was his separate property because that was awarded to him. Or he purchased that rather prior to marriage, and he received an insurance check for that. So that's really irrelevant at this point.
Okay, so what about, Ms. Robertson, what about the Allstate payment for the broken pipes? Do you know anything about that?
They brought that up at a status hearing, and Ms. Caudill testified that she had no clue what they were talking about, that she has not received any sort of check. And she can testify to that again today.
Okay. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so Mr. Wire, anything else?
I believe that's it. Is there anything? So basically, Mr. Caudill is asking for 50% of the credit cards. He's asking reimbursement basically for the $12,600 that he put down on the equity of the home, plus the, of course, then 100% of the insurance claim from the Caudill home for $15,462.52. He's asking that the Caudill property be a separate property. Mrs. Caudill is asking for rent, 50% of the rent. Mr. Caudill is asking that the rent would be 100% his. Mrs. Caudill was asking for half the rents in the Oklahoma property. Basically, my client's going to testify that there was no profit from the Oklahoma property. And in addition to that, he's looking for money back from her for him making the house payments and so on. He wants reimbursement, of course, for the gambling debt of $2,606.96, of which his community half would be $1,303.48. He's asking for reimbursement of the honeymoon.
Stop a minute, just so I can follow a little bit. I mean, you said that he wants 50% or be responsible for 50% of the credit card debt. And you told me that there's $2,606 of gambling debt that's on the Barclays credit card, and he wants half of that.
Yes.
So how is that? Just wait a second. So how is that different? I mean, if Barclays gets split 50-50, doesn't that include the credit card, the alleged gambling debt?
Oh, yes, Your Honor, it does.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't think about that.
Okay, and anything else, Mr. Wire?
I'm sorry to interrupt, but wouldn't it be the same thing for the honeymoon if he's asking for half of the charges on the Carnival cruise?
No, the honeymoon debt was prior to their marriage, and so what happened on the Barclay credit card when they got married, there was $6,282.53 balance, and then when they separated, there was $14,941.65 a balance at when they separated. So the $8,659.12 does not include the honeymoon.
So anything else, Mr. Wire?
And then also my client mentioned before, he'd like to have reimbursement on the Oklahoma house payments, which he's asking for $200 a month for 27 months, which is $5,400, and that's for the period of September, October 2018 through July 21, and that's when the house was sold. It's in July 21.
Give me that amount again.
5,000. The $200 a month would be $5,400.
Okay. All right. Anything else?
That's all from my standpoint.
So, Ms. Robertson.
So what Ms. Caudill is asking for is her requested relief. Let me pull up my notes here. She is asking for a disproportionate share of the estate due to fault in the breakup of the marriage. So she will testify today about several reasons for that fault that would rightfully give her a disproportionate share as part of a just and right division of the estate. So she would like to not, and she testified last time as well about not having any idea about these credit cards. There was a lot of undue surprise in that all of this was mentioned for the very first time at trial last time. They've since provided the statements. We've gone through those, but she would like to be awarded a disproportionate share of any debt that the court rules as community property, disproportionately less, to be specific, than Mr. Caudill. She would also like to be awarded half of the proceeds, I'm sorry, more than half, a disproportionate share of the proceeds from the sale of the Oklahoma property for the same reasons. She would like to be reimbursed for rent that Mr. Caudill received on both the Katy property and the Oklahoma property. She'll testify about how she has been receiving absolutely no support since the date of separation, was forced to be living in her car at certain points and in women's shelters, and she was never provided with any of the funds that were community property funds, both from his income and from the rent at the Katy property and the rent from the Oklahoma property. We have totaled the rent from the Katy property that would just be her portion of $36,136.77. And we've totaled the rent for the Oklahoma property that would be just her portion of the community property is $6,335. Those would just be half of what Mr. Caudill received. And she also would like to be reimbursed $300 for having to evict Mr. Caudill's son from the Oklahoma property in order to list it for sale as the court ordered. He refused to leave the property, and that's one reason she was forced to live in her car rather than the Oklahoma property. And the trailer that was on there is because he refused to vacate the property. And she was finally able to evict him on her own. So that was $300. And she's also asking for her name to be changed to her maiden name, Tammy Lynn Cullum. She'll testify about that. So she's asking for a grand total award of just a disproportionate share of any income and assets in the court registry, as well as a disproportionately lower share of any community property debts.
Okay, so now let's get started. So we'll go on the record. All right, so this is, oops, and now we'll turn everything on. Okay, now are we live on YouTube? We are, okay. All right, this is cause number 2019 L 7291, the matter of the marriage of Eric Caudill and Tammy Caudill. Began this trial January 19th of 2021. There was a question about property division, and so we're going to hear testimony about that today. There's been testimony already about moving up the divorce, about fault in the divorce. Ms. Caudill wants a name change, so that'll be granted. And so, Mr. Wire, you represent the petitioner. Both petitioner and respondent were sworn in on January 19th, 2021. And so they're still under oath. So, Mr. Wire, you may proceed.
I'd like to call, can everyone hear me okay?
I can.
Yes.
Okay, great. I'd like to call Tammy Caudill, please.
You may proceed.
Okay. Mrs. Caudill, can you state your name for the court, please?
Tammy Caudill.
Okay. At the time you were married, Mr. Caudill, did you have any credit cards?
Did I have any credit cards?
Yes.
Question? No, I did not.
Okay. And so how did you pay for your items at that point? Did you write checks? I'm sorry?
Did you say before we were married? Is that what you're
Yes.
asking me?
Yeah.
I worked for the state of Oklahoma as an auditor, and I had a checking account, and I most of the time used my card or paid cash or sometimes wrote a check.
Okay. So you said you used a card. Is that a debit card or was that a credit card?
Like a bank debit card.
Okay. And where did y'all go on y'all's honeymoon?
We took a cruise. I believe we went to Cozumel, Belize, and the island of Rotan, I believe.
Okay. And you did not have a card. Is that correct? That you could put the expenses of that trip on?
No.
Okay. So where were those expenses for this trip charged to?
To the Carnival card.
Okay. To Mr. Eric Cardell's card?
I believe so. I think he's the one that booked that one. I'm not sure if I booked it or he booked it. I'm sure he did at that time.
Okay. So so you put the expenses of that trip on Mr. Cardell's credit card. Is that correct?
Mr. Caudill did, I guess.
Okay. That's fine. Okay. And on the trip, do you like to gamble? Do you have a good time?
Yes, but I'm not sure if we did that trip, but we did on one trip.
Okay. But you like to gamble quite a bit.
I like to gamble.
Like to drink, have a good time?
I don't drink any longer. At the time I drank.
Okay. And I guess on that trip, y'all had a hotel in Galveston, and then, is that correct?
Yes.
And you had a 1 week cruise, is that right?
Yes.
And would a fair cost for that trip be about $3,500?
Altogether, is that your question?
Yes. Or was it a little bit more? Do you think it's 3,500 or 5,000?
I'd say 3,000. That sounds right.
Okay, 3,500. Do you think?
I think so.
Okay. And when y'all got married, where did you live? I think y'all got married, September 13th, 2015. Where did you live?
I lived in Oklahoma.
Okay, and then in 2015 you lived in Oklahoma, and then where did you move? Did you move anywhere in 2015?
No.
Okay, so the whole year 2015 you stayed in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay, in 2016 where did you live?
Oklahoma, and then I believe it was Salina, Texas. He moved to Salina, Texas. We eventually moved to the Katie house in Texas.
Okay, but y'all were together, is that correct?
We were married, yes.
And y'all were staying together. I mean, y'all just had two different households, is that correct?
In May of 2016 is when I moved to Texas. We had separate households until then.
Okay, and then in 2017, did you move anywhere?
Went to move back to Oklahoma.
Okay, and why did you move to Oklahoma?
Because I have children in Oklahoma.
Okay, and were they not living with you when you moved to Texas?
No, they were not living with me. They were living with me prior to that.
Okay, and then in 2018, where did you live?
Let's see. We lived in Oklahoma part of the time, and then we moved back to Texas.
And where at in Texas?
To the Katie house, and then to Sealy. No, in 2018, we moved directly to Sealy. Eric had found a rent house or something.
Okay, and then where did you live in 2019?
I lived in Oklahoma and in Texas.
Okay, where did you live in Texas in 2019?
I lived in a women's shelter in Galveston.
You lived in, okay, and do you have any proof of that?
I have some paperwork that I've signed and dates and information on it. I do.
Did you submit any of that paperwork?
No, I did not.
Okay. When did your kids graduate high school?
May of 2018, I believe. No. Yeah, 2018.
Okay. Did you move back to Oklahoma so that they could graduate from Bethel School District in Oklahoma?
Yes. 2017.
Yes.
Yes.
That was the reason that you moved back to Oklahoma?
It was Eric's idea to move back to Oklahoma.
Eric was wanting to help the family? Is that what it was? So that the kids could graduate from the school that they've attended?
Yes.
Yes? Is that your answer?
Mhm.
Okay. Eric was big on family, is that correct?
I don't believe so, sir.
Okay.
He didn't.
Where did your ex-husband live at that time?
In Oklahoma.
And did he live in the Bethel School District?
No, he did not.
He did not. Okay. Did he live near that area?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to this line of questioning. I just don't see how it's relevant at all to property division in this divorce.
So what is the relevance to deciding?
Your Honor, I'm just trying to establish, she's made a claim of basically that she's wanting a disproportionate share of the estate, but I'm trying to understand why she seems to think that my client has abused her in some way. Basically leading up to the divorce, my client was trying to do whatever he could to help her. And I'm trying to point that out, Your Honor.
Okay, why don't you just ask more direct questions about the abuse and things like that?
Okay, I will. I'll get to that in just a little bit then. Okay. Just a quick question. Was the, let me rephrase this. Okay. How long did y'all live in Oklahoma? Was it, did y'all move to Oklahoma in 2017, then in 2018, did you return to Texas? Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what is your profession?
I've been an auditor for over 20 years.
Do you have a degree?
No, I do not.
Okay. And so I guess in 2015, where did you work?
I worked for a company called Dexter Axle. I was a financial analysis, and then I transferred to Oklahoma Corporation Commission as an auditor too.
Okay. And in 2016, did you work?
Let's see. Yes, I worked at the Corporation Commission.
Okay, in 2017, did you work?
When we 2007, I worked for the Corporation Commission until we moved back to Texas.
Okay. And did you work for the state of Oklahoma after you separated from Mr. Caudill?
Have I worked for the state of Oklahoma since I left him? Is that your
Yes.
question?
Yes.
Yes, I have. Yes, I have.
Okay. And have you been fired for a job, from a job?
Have I been fired?
Yes.
I was let go from the tax commission.
Okay. And do you have a reason why you were fired?
We just didn't get along well, and I was having to drive from the women's shelter in Stillwater to which I was over an hour and a half drive, and I was late for work.
Okay. And have you ever did you lose custody of your twin boys?
Your Honor, I'll object to that question as being irrelevant to this
Object-
case.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Do you have a drug or alcohol problem?
No, I do not.
Okay. And drug and alcohol did not play in a consideration of you losing your job. Is that correct?
That is very correct.
Okay. So are you saying, do you use prescription drugs?
I do not use any prescription drugs. Well, I do. If you want to ask me what it is.
Okay. And I guess, would there be some reasons why you would not remember why you have charged items on a credit card?
Just that I'm getting older would probably be the only reason if you ask me a question that I don't remember.
Okay. So you would not, like, it wouldn't be that you could have used a credit cards while you were drunk or on drugs?
Possibly use the credit card if Eric and I were at a bar and he asked me to go pay our bar tab.
Okay, so you never drank without Eric?
When I left Eric, I quit drinking. I drank before we got married, but Eric and I weren't together. So when I was drinking, I was with Eric because I never drove.
Okay, so tell me when you were with Eric. Up to what point were you with Eric?
What is the question again? What is this? I don't understand.
Well, you stated that you would only drink when you were with Eric. And
Yeah.
And my question to you now is, to what time period were you with Eric? Are you saying you drank until October 2018?
When we would go out, we would drink when we were married.
Okay, and so you would pay with a credit card?
Our bank card, which the card that's usually linked to our bank account that I contributed my paychecks into. I don't know where this is going or what this.
So are you sure you used a bank card and not a credit card?
No, I'm not sure what was ever used when
Okay.
we would go out.
Did you ever drink alone?
Before I left, yes, I have drank alone.
Okay, and so during that time period, did you sometimes go and buy liquor by yourself?
I would use my money from my unemployment if I went and bought something to drink.
Okay, so did you ever go to a bar without Eric while y'all were still together without him?
One time that I know of, yes.
And you're saying only one time. So that one time, you're saying that you used a credit card or did you use a debit card?
I don't believe I paid for my drinks that night.
Oh, really? Okay, so who paid for your drinks?
My girlfriend I was with.
Okay, but she's not here to testify, is that correct?
This is correct.
Okay. Did you live near Shawnee or Oklahoma City?
You mean since I was born, sir?
Since your separation, or during, let's say during the year 2017, 2018?
We were still together up until
Okay.
September of 2018.
Okay, and is that, did y'all live anywhere near Shawnee or Oklahoma City?
Yes.
Okay. And after you left, or from the period of file that Mr. Caudill filed for divorce, which was January, excuse me, one moment. January, excuse me, from the time that y'all separated, which was October 3, 2018. How did you support yourself?
When I left him because he was being abusive to me and I threw everything in my car, I drove to Oklahoma and stayed at my sister's. Then I went to work for the Texas Attorney General's office in Texas. So I supported myself with that job. Well, I went down there and I stayed at a shelter. Apparently Eric found out where I was working because it was in the same town that he worked. And I started noticing where he was parked on the side of the road, driving by my office. And I was afraid because he had beat me up in the past. So I left my job with the Attorney General's office and came back to Oklahoma and went back in Oklahoma.
Do you have any proof that Mr. Caudill was abusive?
I have some police reports, from Oklahoma. I have several witnesses that seen my children, my girlfriend seen him, or she was in her bedroom. He called me. I was visiting her. He called me to come outside. This was in Oklahoma. I walked outside and he ran and tackled me and knocked me to the ground and started hitting me. And she had my phone listening to this. So she started looking at the window. My children had seen him hit me several times. He also choked one of my children. He almost killed me the night of his birthday in 2018 or 19. It was 19. No, 8.
Jackson, Your Honor.
Excuse me. He never had a birthday party. He asked me to have one for him.
Have any witnesses today that can testify to that?
I didn't know I was supposed to bring witnesses today.
Okay.
I have some police reports.
Well, did you send any of those police reports over to me?
No.
Okay.
No one asked for them.
Did your attorney send those over to me as an exhibit?
No.
Okay.
Your Honor, object to that question. She would have no personal knowledge of that.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Now, prior to 2018, how did you support yourself? I'm talking about during the marriage. Prior to separation in 2018, which would be October 3rd, 2018, how did you support yourself?
I don't know if I was still on unemployment. I was on unemployment when I worked for the state of Oklahoma as an auditor for the Corporation Commission. When we moved to Texas, I resigned my position. So they put me on unemployment. And so when we moved back to Oklahoma, my boss rehired me with the Corporation Commission as an auditor, and I worked there another year. So I said, I don't know if that's what you're asking, how I support myself. So when we left the next year again, I'm back to Texas. That's when I started applying for jobs in Texas. And when I left Eric, I was offered the job at the Attorney General's office.
So in October 3rd, 2018, during your marriage or prior to October 3rd, 2018, you lived with Eric, is that correct?
Yes.
And Eric paid the bills, is that correct?
My income went into the account and Eric paid. Eric had access to everything. I didn't have access to anything. I couldn't tell you any of the accounts that he had.
So are you saying that you paid all the bills, or are you
No.
saying that
I contributed.
you contributed? So Eric was contributing also, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay, and the contribution might have been via money from his bank account or credit card debt, is that correct?
that's correct. A lot of times he used the credit card to pay monthly bills, and I didn't understand why. But he would pay our bank. He would use the money in our bank account to pay the monthly statement for the credit cards.
Okay, and did y'all end up having to get a home equity loan at one time from his Katy property?
Yeah, there was a lot of damage to the Katy house, so he was fixing it up to rent it. So we got a loan, an equity loan, and put over $10,000 into the Katy house. The loan was for $20,000. The rest did go to the Oklahoma property when we purchased it.
Okay, and talking about the Oklahoma, concerning the Oklahoma property, there was a loan on that property, is that correct? A mortgage?
Yes,
Okay, now how many house payments did you make on that property?
the whole time we were together, my income went into our account, and that's how the payments were made. I mean, from both of our income. He worked for a company here in Oklahoma.
Okay, so when y'all,
If you're saying I have not made any payments to that account when I left him, because no one would give me any information on it or the car that I had at the time.
okay, so y'all separated, your separation.
I also paid the taxes. I paid the taxes on the Oklahoma property, and Eric recalled them and left
Okay.
them where they were outstanding for 2 years.
So the date of separation is October 3, 2018, is that correct?
I don't know if it's the 3rd or the 5th, but it was in October.
Okay, 2018, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so after that point, did you pay any of the insurance on the Oklahoma house?
Any of the insurance?
Yes.
But we didn't have insurance on the Oklahoma
Did
house.
you pay the property taxes after, any of the property taxes after October 3rd, 2018?
No,
Did you make any of the mortgage payments for that property after October 3rd, 2018?
no. I tried to, but the mortgage was in Eric's name, and they wouldn't. I couldn't get the account. They wouldn't give me information. The bank would not.
Did you make any repairs to the property after October 2018?
No, I don't know what repairs would be made on 13 acres and a trailer. However, when I did try to go to the property, Eric's son was there and would not get off the property so I could live there. So he threatened to shoot me one time with a gun. I wasn't even allowed on our property because he was abusive like his father.
So let's talk about that. You brought that up. Now, whose name was the property in?
The Oklahoma property, Eric and mine.
Okay. And was there a lease for the son?
I never got any kind of lease to a signer, which is I battled it for 2 years at least, because Eric told his son and his wife they could move in there. And I said I didn't want them living there because they were going to tear up the property. And then when I left Eric, I came to Oklahoma and tried to get his son to move out. So I had a place to live in our trailer. He would not leave. Eric came up from Houston to fight me in court to let his son stay there.
Okay, so just to verify, when y'all moved to Texas, Eric's son moved into that home, is that correct?
In May, yes.
Okay, so he was
supposed to be living there. He was supposed to be living there with my children, and his son ran my children off the property.
So let's clarify. Mr. Caudill's son was moved into the home after you and Mr. Caudill moved to Texas. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes or no? Okay. So basically, he was a resident of that property. Is that correct?
He never put the electric in his name, which he was supposed to, but he did live in the trailer.
Okay. So you attempted to evict him, is that correct?
I did.
And you were not able to evict him, is that correct?
I withdrew because Eric come up, and I knew in my mind, and speaking with an attorney, the judge was just going to say that we needed to take it to divorce court. And that's, I filed for divorce. Eric would not, I guess he kept dodging the process server because I filed in Oklahoma.
Actually, that's where you got served at, is that correct?
Yeah, but he had filed after I had filed. He filed in Texas. First,
Actually,
I filed in
you were the
Oklahoma.
one- Actually, you were the one that was dodging being served, is that correct?
No, how was I dodging the
Well,
process
this-
server? Eric,
This-
they left notes at his
Hey,
place.
wait. We can only have one person talking at a time. If you want any type of a record on this, Mr. Wire will ask a question, and Ms. Caudill, you wait till he's done asking, and then Mr. Wire, you wait till she's done answering, but we can't have people talking over each other.
But I didn't feel like him saying I was dodging it was a question. I don't know. I don't even, where is this going? Anyway, I don't know.
Okay, so,
Mr. Wire, ask the question, and Ms. Caudill answer.
okay. So did you talk to the process server in Oklahoma when you got served?
I was
Hello?
never served. No,
You were served in Oklahoma, is that correct?
yes,
Okay. And now you're asking for half of the Oklahoma rent, is that correct?
yes, I am.
Okay. I believe in the last proceedings, Mr. Caudill stated that his son was paying $450 a month. Do you agree to that number?
I never received any of it. That I do not know what he paid him because I never received anything. I didn't have access to any of those accounts. They
Okay.
opened up an account, Eric and his son.
Okay. And the monthly payment was $400 a month. Is that correct?
I don't know, sir.
Okay. And if the were taxes about $400 or $500 a year,
200, 230
a 6 month or a year?
for a year, the first couple of years, I believe.
Okay.
And I
So,
have-
so if you were receiving $450 a month in rent and the payment was $400 a month and Mr. Caudill was making that payment, where's the profit that you're looking for? You're asking for half the rent.
If we were to rent that property to a normal person, we could be getting $1,000 a month for that trailer and land. But he chose to let his son move in there. I had no say so about it. So,
Well, you took it to court to evict him. Why didn't you
Yes.
follow through?
have you ever been a victim of abuse? So when Eric came up he just showed up at the court that day when I was going to evict his son. And I get just like I am right now when he's around me. So I just asked the judge for continuance because I was a nervous wreck. And then I didn't have it in me to fight him in court, I guess. So I withdrew my
Bill,
case.
in your, this is called out in your previous divorce, you pled that you were a victim of abuse, right?
Pardon, what did you say?
I'll object to that question as to her previous divorce as being irrelevant to this divorce.
Objection sustained.
Okay, so Mrs. Caudill, though, if the rent paid was only $450 a month and you had payments of $400 a month and you had taxes of $200 to $400 a year, and then if there's any repairs, such as maybe a well repair of about $500, do you think there's any profit on that property to pay you?
Your Honor, objection to that question. The witness has already testified that she doesn't know exactly how much he was receiving. She didn't have access to his account. She doesn't know about any said repairs. He has a different amount of tax bills than she testified to. I don't think she's going to have any personal knowledge of that.
Okay, well, the objection's overruled, and if she doesn't have personal knowledge, she'll just have to say she doesn't know.
Okay. I do not know.
Okay. So you cannot dispute whether or not that property made any money. Is that correct?
I can say that's correct.
Okay. And now the home in Katy is Mr. Caudill's separate property. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Explain to me, you're asking for an enormous amount of rent that you want half of from Mr. Caudill's rental home in Katy. Can you explain to me how you calculated that number?
While I was still with him, we're still married, but while I was with him, when we had the same checking account, the $1,200 a month it was being ran for $1,300 a month. 100 went to the property management company to manage it. The rest would go into our bank account. So before I left, Eric took over $13,000, which was in our bank account, put it into another account in only his name, and everything that he would, I guess the property payments were going into that account then. So I feel like, I mean, as married, whether I worked or not, I thought that, you're supposed to share what you have. And so he, the money from the rent for the house, $1,200 or $1,300 a month for 3 years, comes up to the $70-something thousand.
So give me the date where you're starting that calculation.
In 2018, I don't have the paperwork. Taranda, can you help me with the date?
Okay, right now, Ms. Caudill, you just answer questions as best you can, and then Ms. Robertson can ask you follow-up questions.
Okay.
If you don't know, the answer is you don't know.
Okay, I do not know.
Okay, so up until September, October 2018, you were still with Mr. Caudill, is that correct?
That is correct, but he had already moved all of our money where I had no access.
But Mr. Caudill was paying the bills, is that correct?
Yes. Yes.
So you were benefiting from him, from the rent money by him paying the bills, is that correct?
When I moved back to Texas the second time with him, you can't just get a job right away. And I was looking for a job. So at that time I didn't have a job, so I couldn't help pay the bills. But before that, when I'm working, I always help pay the bills. So at that time I didn't have a job.
So are you saying Mr. Caudill saved this money, or are you saying Mr. Caudill received this money and then spent the money?
The money on the rent money?
Yes, ma'am.
I have no idea. I didn't have access to the accounts any longer.
Okay, so I'm trying to understand why you think from some point up until y'all separated, you should be receiving half of that rent.
Okay. I guess because it took our money in our account to pay what had to be paid for that house. And we paid it off together. We paid off the house together when we were married. So
do you have evidence that he used that money to spend on that house?
The money that we made together working, is that what you're asking me, sir?
Well, I'm asking, you said he took $13,000 and you stated that he used money to spend on that house.
No, I'm just saying that there was that amount of money in our bank account under Eric and Tammy Caudill, a Chase bank account, and he closed it out and put it in his own name. And I didn't have any access to any of that money. I feel like half of it should have been mine in our bank account.
Okay.
So I don't know where any of the money went then.
So if Mr. Caudill used that money to pay debt, then it was used to pay debt, right?
Your Honor, I object to that question, as she wouldn't have personal knowledge as to how he was using the money if she had no access to the accounts like she's testified.
So then her answer is she doesn't know?
Okay, I do not know.
Okay. So, did you pay any of the property taxes on the Katie home?
Yes, I did with our bank account.
Okay. And that ended at what time period? October 2018?
Yes. Actually, I mean, it was usually the first of the years when we made the payments to the taxes for the
Okay.
taxes.
So I guess what I'm trying to figure out is that after October 2018, as far as you know, that's the date of separation, only Eric was making any payments for any expenses for the Katie home. Is that correct?
That's correct. As far, I do not know how. I don't know.
Okay. So out of that $1,200 a month that you're saying that Mr. Caudill received in rent from some period forward, is that the gross revenue of the rent, or has insurance, taxes, HOA bills been deducted from that $1,200 a month?
I do not know.
Okay, good deal. Okay. Now, what's your reasoning that you should be getting rent after you separated from Mr. Caudill? Y'all split the sheets, you've gone your own way, you had your own employment, he had his own employment. What's your argument why you should be receiving half of the rent after y'all separated?
Well, I left because I was being physically and verbally, mentally abused. However, Eric would not let me live in the Katie house. He wouldn't let me move into it. He wouldn't let me move into our Oklahoma house. So I feel like I'm entitled to some of it because, I mean, I didn't have the money to live. I lived in my car until I started working again. I just feel like I was being bullied. I mean, how can we own two properties and I don't have a place to stay?
But Mrs. Caudill.
We're still married. So,
okay, Mrs. Caudill, Mrs. Caudill, you have provided correct me if I'm wrong, have you provided any evidence to show that you were living in a women's shelter?
I do not know if I gave my attorney anything about that. I have evidence.
And after you left Mr. Caudill, did you apply for any jobs?
Yes.
And were you gainfully employed since you've left Mr. Caudill?
Explain gainfully.
Are you, okay, since October 3rd, 2018, have you been employed?
I have been employed off and on. Yes, sir.
Why?
But I have a problem. I have PTSD now, very bad. And I have a problem.
If you have that diagnosis, has that been provided in this, has any evidence been provided demonstrating that you suffer from that disease?
No, I have Eric told me I needed to go to the doctor because I was crazy. And the psychologist told me that he was gaslighting me. I was not crazy. And I mean, I can get documents. it was his idea to go.
But you have not provided any today?
No.
Okay. Okay, so you're an auditor. And so I think after, if I understood you correctly, after you left Mr. Caudill, you went back to Oklahoma, is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, and you've at least worked for the state of Oklahoma once, is that correct?
That's correct, for a few months.
Okay, and you're saying you got fired from the state of Oklahoma or you quit the state of Oklahoma?
I resigned, but we went ahead and did the termination so I could be on unemployment because I have some emotional issues now.
Okay,
So, fired.
so, and you're saying that you have emotional issues and that is preventing you from work?
Focusing, I have an issue with. I haven't been able to keep a permanent job for very long since I left him. Before, when we were married, and before that, I have worked at jobs for more 8, 10 years at a time.
So are you on medication of some type?
No blood pressure medication.
Are you on medication for memory or for drug addiction or anything like that?
No, sir.
Okay.
Eric took me off his insurance after I left. We were still married, so I didn't have any way to go to the doctor or get medication.
Okay, but you work for the state of Oklahoma. You had insurance during that period, right?
Yes, I did under my, yes.
Okay, and typically government agencies are pretty lenient with their employees. Is that correct?
I'm
Yes.
going to object to that question as her not having personal knowledge of whether the state of Oklahoma is lenient on employees.
Objection sustained.
Okay. Do you have bad credit?
Explain bad credit, like you want a score? Is that what you're asking? I have
Yeah,
a 560 score, but I don't have that evidence.
Do you have a hard time picking up a credit card?
Yes, I don't apply for credit cards, but I don't think anyone's going to give me any because I have a student loan that I owe a large amount.
Prior to Mr. Caudill, would it be fair to say that you kind of lived hand to mouth?
I don't know.
Okay, and
I don't know.
do you basically you spend your paycheck, your total paycheck at when you receive your paycheck?
Mm-hmm.
You don't save anything between paychecks?
Your Honor, I'm going to object to that form of that not being a question.
Restate your question, Mr. Wire.
Okay. Okay, what I meant by hand to mouth, and what the question is, prior to marrying Mr. Caudill, were you able to save any money between paychecks? In other words, were you able, you normally have a paycheck, were you able to put away $100 every paycheck, or did you have to spend all your money each time?
I save probably $50 a month.
Okay. And you're saying that you basically didn't use Mr. Caudill's credit cards, is that correct?
I don't know. You're gonna have to be more.
Okay. I'll be very specific then. April 17th, April 18th, 2018. Did you use the Slate credit card for anything?
Is that at the Amazon? I need to know what Slate credit card is. Is that the Amazon card?
It would be the Chase card.
Your Honor, this is an.
I didn't have any of Eric's cards, so I don't know.
Okay, that's fine. And would you have used his Carnival card during the same period?
Pardon?
Would you have used Eric's Carnival card during the same period?
By the time we were married, you're asking me?
Well, you told me to be specific, and so I'm just saying April 17th and 2018. You remember using his card?
I do not remember.
Okay.
That's when we were
But
moving
there
to
is a
Oklahoma.
possibility you used his card, is that correct?
There is a possibility I could have used it for gas because I don't know if he'd moved to Oklahoma yet, but I had moved back to Oklahoma because I went back to work for the state. So maybe we used I told you he used the credit cards to pay for gas and so forth, and then used our bank account to pay off the credit card.
Okay. And did you have a Carnival credit card in your name?
This was asked before in the trial, and I didn't remember having a credit card, but Eric had gotten me a Carnival card in my name for a few months, and then he closed it.
Okay, so but you were able to use Eric's credit cards even if there was a credit card not in your name. Is that correct? You were able to use Eric's credit card account even though you might not have had a credit card in your name. Is that correct?
Objection, Your Honor, that's a leading question.
If he asked me to pay.
Wait. What was the objection?
It was a leading question.
Objection's overruled.
Okay. So what was the question again?
You had the ability and did use Mr. Eric Caudill's credit cards, or let me rephrase that. You had the ability to use Mr. Eric Caudill's credit cards even when you did not have a card specifically in your name.
Objection,
No.
leading.
Objection's overruled.
Okay, so you're saying if you walked up to the gas station and you had Eric's credit card, you were denied to use it because it was not in your name.
I don't know.
Are you saying you did not use Eric's credit card that was solely in his name to purchase items?
I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're asking me if I went to Walmart and bought us groceries with the credit card. I have done that. I mean, when he asked me to go buy something and I would do it.
But you used
With the credit card, but it was usually the bank. It looks like a credit card, but it was our bank card. Chase Bank is normally what I used.
Okay.
If he wanted me to pay a bill with online, because I paid some of them when we first got married, like the mud tax and so forth. He
But
just would give me he would give me
you're-
the numbers and tell me to get online and do it. So this is just,
So you're saying though, if you had the ability to walk up and use his credit card if you presented it, is that correct?
yes, if I had his credit card, if he was with me and told me to go pay, I would do it.
That's not the question I'm asking. You had the ability to use his credit card if you presented it, is that correct?
I don't know. If he asked me to pay something, I would pay it.
Okay. Now, there was a home equity loan taken out on Mr. Caudill's property in Katy, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And that equity loan was through a company called Cenlar, Cenlar, is that correct?
I don't know.
Okay. And the original amount was about $20,000, is that correct?
I don't know. That's not the place that we borrowed from. So I can't answer these questions.
Okay. Well, did you obtain did you obtain an equity, or did Mr. Caudill obtain an equity loan on his Katy home?
Yes, for $20,000.
Okay.
12,000 he used on the Katy house to fix it up. The rest went to the Oklahoma property to help purchase it.
So you're saying 12,000 was used on the Katy home.
Yes, and then we got a cashier's check for 10,000 that we put down on the Oklahoma property, but some of it came, the 2,000 or some of it came from our bank account, and then he got a cashier's check when we closed on the land that day for 10,000.
So I'm trying to make sure I understand this. So 10,000 of this loan went to the home in Oklahoma?
No, not that. I believe 8,000 of the loan did.
8,000 from this loan went to the home in Oklahoma?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. And that home in Oklahoma was purchased when? Or was it like June 2017?
I thought it was May.
Okay. Now, where did the money come from to purchase that home? Was it just that $10,000, $8,000?
That's that. There was a loan with Vision Bank for the property. Eric got a loan in his name only for the property, but the property was in our names. For 56,000, I believe, is what the loan was, and then that the loan wouldn't. How do you say that? The value of the property was more than what you could get a loan for, so that's we used the rest, that $10,000 to put on the property.
Okay. Did you have access to the loan on the Katy property that Mr. Caudill took the equity loan on?
Did I have access? What could I spend it?
Were you able to go in and access that account?
No.
Okay. So you never did log into the loan site for the equity loan?
I didn't have his, he changed his password, so I couldn't get into any of those sites. I have some statements that came in the mail that have information on them, but this was from Citibank. So I don't know who Sinclair is or whoever you're saying.
So when did he change the passwords?
He changed them all the time.
Okay, so you didn't change any of the notification emails?
Pardon?
Did you change the address to any of the notification emails?
Email account, I don't know.
What the question is, he had a loan with a company for this equity loan on his Katy property. Did you have access to change any of the notification or banking information for that account?
No.
Okay, do you know someone who might have?
Eric's the only one that could change anything that I know of.
Okay. Do you have a Wells Fargo account that ends in 1218?
I don't have any accounts. I have a bank account for Walmart because that's where I'm working.
Okay. Do you know someone who has a Wells Fargo account ending in 1218?
No, sir.
Did you happen to receive a wire transfer of approximately $15,000 from Allstate back in around April 12, 2021?
No, sir.
Okay, the correct amount would be 15,462.52. Does that sound familiar?
No, sir.
So your testimony today is that you did not receive a wire from Allstate Insurance in the amount of $15,462.52, somewhere right around April 12th, 2021.
When?
April
2021.
12th, yeah.
No,
And that your testimony is that you do not and did not have a Wells Fargo bank account that ends in 1218. Is that correct?
it's correct. I don't have a Wells Fargo.
Okay. Okay. And I'm just kind of curious. You had the 2015 Sonata. Is that correct?
No, I do not.
You had it at one point. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember getting any tickets at Oklahoma University?
Your
Where?
Honor, I object to that question as being irrelevant. We've already settled the issue of that vehicle being Mr. Caudill's separate property. It's not part of the property we're dividing today.
What's the relevance of that, Mr. Wire?
The reason Mr. Caudill has there's some tickets outstanding on the Turnpike and also on Oklahoma University, and he wants to basically he can clear this up with her testimony that she didn't have it during that time period.
Your Honor, right now, in this line of questioning is the first we're ever hearing of that.
Okay, well, go ahead and try to answer the question about the use of the car, but it should have all been sent in discovery. But anyway, go ahead.
Okay. Ms. Caudill, do you have no tickets or do you remember getting any tickets while driving the 2015 Sonata at Oklahoma University?
I do not. I do not. No.
And did you use the 2015 Sonata on the Oklahoma Turnpike?
I don't know.
No?
I do not know.
You do not know. Okay. And do you have a Pike Pass?
I had a Pike Pass. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Freaking phone died. Ugh.
So, Your Honor, should we take a
Well, if she said the phone died, maybe she can plug it in.
Mr. Robinson's office looks like they're trying in the waiting room. I sent them a Russian message, but she didn't answer. I don't know that.
I don't know if Ms. Robertson, if you can call her or text her and find out what's going on.
I don't think I'm so.
I can definitely try to do that, Your Honor. One
It
moment
will
here.
be off. Tell you what, why don't we take about a 10-minute break? We'll be off the record and see if we can get reconnected with Ms. Caudill. So let's come back about 10:40.
All right. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Yeah,
Okay.
one thing,
Let's grab this step over here.
well, the second, when we moved down here, she had part one.
Reset it. Okay. Let's see if okay, that's all right. Share screen. Okay. Yeah. Right. Yeah. I mean, it's pretty obvious. I mean, did she get a little bit nervous? Oh, she dropped off too. Yeah, they both dropped off. But did she get a little bit nervous whenever we were? I talked to the last night. So I had a good idea who was going to object when she said the same thing. She also yeah. So, well, you didn't know what you were up against until you had the first problem. You know. So, well, it should have been, but she was going to be a jerk about it. What you're doing was what I call an alcoholic. And she can tell, and she says she doesn't. Anyone can find a job if it was took a job. So it's not like she didn't, she had to do it the way that she did. She didn't say she had to. She's got 36 years old. Yeah. Well, no one can put up with it. And, yeah, of course, she's got students. That's the whole thing. He does not have them. The court reporter has them. So, and that's where I did not want to be going back and forth trying to.
I'm just wondering. Maybe.
No. He does not get to look at this stuff. Not until we submit it. He's not allowed. I don't think that's correct. Well, she did last night or whatever. Yeah, check to make sure. I'm gonna see this. I'm gonna check it.
He's living in his chair now.
Okay.
Hey, Eric,
Hey,
y'all are not muted.
okay.
Yeah, so like everybody can hear. I'm just letting you know.
Okay. Thank you. I'm gonna use
Yeah.
now.
Okay, so I think we have everybody back. One thing before we get started, I just wanted to clarify, Mr. Wire, you said that this gateway consolidated debt, about $31,350.48 is a consolidation of other debts. Do you know which accounts those were consolidated into, so I don't divide the same thing up multiple times?
Right. Correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Caudill, but it's going to be the Carnival, the Slate.
Barclays Carnival?
Yes, sir. And I'm sorry, I'm using different names than what you are. Let me see. I think it's going to be the Barclay Carnival.
Okay.
It's going to be the Slate account 1027.
Okay.
Prime 1808.
Yeah, wait a minute. Is that one? I don't. Okay, that Chase 1808.
Yes, sir. Amazon 8170.
All right.
Sears ending in 0082. And First National Bank Omaha.
So which one is that?
That is the loan, or excuse me, the judgment that Mr. Caudill had against him about an unknown credit card that it was discussed in the prior hearing.
Okay, so that First National of Omaha.
Yes, sir.
Is that different from the Omaha MasterCard?
No, that's it. That's it, Your Honor. I'm sorry, I'm stepping in using different terminology than what Greg did, maybe.
Okay, I don't have a copy.
Those ones we never received any records for at all.
Yeah, and I realize some of them will be disputed and the amounts are different. So, that if those were not disclosed, then, Ms. Caudill probably not going to be responsible for any of those. But, I don't have a calculator with me, but real quick, you said the gateway was about 31,000. Okay, so Mr. Wire, you said the Barclays was 86.
5912.
Hey, just wait a second.
Okay.
Okay. You said,
Your Honor, I could
just wait a minute. Just wait a minute.
Okay.
You said the Barclays was about 8,600. The Chase was 200. The Chase 1,600. Amazon 8170. Oops. 7,200. Sears 2,600.
Your Honor, I have it on Excel.
No, wait, I'm not ready for you yet, so just wait.
Okay. I was going to help you.
Okay, I just. Brought a calculator.
Your Honor, I have it on Excel if you want me to show it to you.
I don't.
Okay.
Okay, well, real quick, it looks like there's about $1,000 difference or something. So that's pretty close. Okay, so let's go back on the record. And Mr. Wire, you may proceed.
I'll make this quick, Your Honor. Okay. Mrs. Caudill, I just want to verify you had the 2015 Sonata, and during the time that you had the 2015 Sonata, you do not recall getting any tickets on the OU campus. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And you do not recall using that particular vehicle on the Oklahoma Turnpike system. Is that correct? During
No, that's not correct. I drove on the turnpike. I had a pike pass from Texas. I don't remember what you all call them in Texas.
Okay, so you thought you were using the a tow pass or toe tag from Texas on the
Yes.
Oklahoma Turnpike. Okay.
Yes.
Okay, and if that's okay, and whose name was that toe tag in? Was it your name or Mr. Caudill's?
The account was in Eric's name. I don't know if the pass was in my name because we had 3 of them.
Okay, and
his truck and my car. So
okay, and I was on the break. I was looking through the records. Did you prepare a financial statement?
we provided one. Yes.
You did provide one. Okay.
To the court. To the court.
Yes.
Yeah.
When did you file that?
There's, gosh. It was prior to our first hearing.
Okay.
So before January, I believe.
I didn't see that. That's the reason I was asking. And with that,
My attorney has that.
Okay. Okay, that's all. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Ms. Roberts?
Thank you, Your Honor. Hi, Ms. Caudill. Give me one moment here. Okay. I'm going to start by addressing some of the things that Mr. Wire has asked you. So you testified that before you were married to Mr. Caudill, you had no credit cards in your own name. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And is it correct that you testified at the last trial that you didn't recall having any cards in your name even while you were married? Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Mr. Caudill sent a bunch of discovery after a very long and drawn out process. And we went through all of that together, did we not?
Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we did.
Yes, we
Yes.
can, Ms. Lozano.
No, I have to, hold on, I have the,
Okay. It's recording it. So
can y'all hear me?
Yes,
Yes.
we can.
We're having problems. Give us a second.
Okay.
Judge Levy's dropped off.
I can't hear you now.
That's okay. I'm not talking yet. They're trying to
Oh,
work out their technical difficulties.
I thought he was talking. I couldn't hear him either. So, okay.
I hear me now?
Yes, Ms. Lozano, we can hear you.
Yes.
Judge Lee, would you like me to start over?
As soon as Ms. Lozano gets back behind her machine, so hold on just a minute.
Okay.
All right, so you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. I'll start over with our first question for the purpose of the record. Ms. Caudill, you testified earlier that you had no credit cards in your name at all at the time you became married to Mr. Caudill, correct?
That is correct.
And you also testified at the beginning of the trial that we had back in January of 2021 that you didn't recall having any credit cards in your name even during the marriage, right?
That's correct.
Okay.
Yes.
And once discovery was provided per order of the court by Mr. Caudill, you and I went through a bunch of everything they provided, right?
Right.
And in
Yes,
all
we-
of that, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, I said, yes, we did.
Okay. And within all of that, we only found 3 statements containing a card that was in your name. Is that right?
That is correct.
And
Yes.
okay. And those statements were for a period of 3 short months. And then you
Yes.
testified earlier that he shut down that account after those 3 months. Is that right?
Yes, that's right.
Okay. You testified earlier that you worked for the state of Oklahoma as an auditor. Can you clarify during your marriage how much time you worked as an auditor for any employer, whether it was the state of Oklahoma or another company?
During the marriage, is that what you're
Yes.
saying? While we're married,
Yes.
I worked for the state of Oklahoma Corporation Commission for 2 years while we were married.
Okay.
Four,
So
4 months,
2015
15.
to 2018 is when you separated. And during
Yes.
that time, you worked for 2 of those years. So 2 of the 3 years, is it safe to say?
Probably 2.5 years. I was, yes.
Okay. So about 2.5 out of those 3 years you were working. And where was your paycheck for those jobs going?
Into our Chase bank account.
Okay. And was that a joint account?
Yes, joint account.
All right. And about how much were you making during those 2.5 years?
I'd bring home after taxes, probably $2,500 a month. Somewhere between 40,000 a year, I guess.
Okay. And we'll come back to those accounts, but Mr. Wyherd asked about where you and Mr. Caudill went on your honeymoon, and you answered they all took a cruise. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you actually took the honeymoon before you were married, right?
No, we went on the honeymoon after we were married. We were
After-
married in September. We married in September. In November, we went on a cruise.
Okay. All right. And you testified that Mr. Caudill put all of those charges on a Carnival credit card that was in his name?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know what the approximate balance of the Carnival card was when y'all became married?
How much he owed before we were married? Is that what you're
Right.
asking me?
Right.
I do not know. I thought that there was a $8,000 balance before we got married, but I'm not just,
Okay.
Just looking at some of the statements that would come through in the mail.
Statements. So is it safe to say that when you and I went through the discovery, we saw that there was approximately $8,000 balance on the Carnival credit card at the time that you became married to Mr. Caudill?
Yes.
Okay. And you mentioned earlier that you enjoy gambling and occasionally drinking. Is that correct? Or you used to drink?
Yes. Yes.
Did Mr. Caudill also gamble with you when y'all would gamble?
Yes, when we were on that cruise ship. Yes.
Okay. And did he also drink with you?
Yes.
And did
Yes.
any kind of gambling charges or drinking charges, did y'all pay for those separately, or were they together on the same card, whether it was your bank card or a credit card?
Together. Paid
Yeah.
together, all of it.
Okay. And y'all did quite a bit of moving around during the marriage between Oklahoma and Texas, correct?
Yes, we did.
All right. When you married Mr. Caudill, he owned a house in Katy before y'all became married. Is that right?
Right.
Okay.
Yes.
And when you married him, where did y'all live?
When we were married, he lived in the Katy house and I lived in Oklahoma
Okay.
for several months of our marriage in the beginning.
Okay. And then what about after that?
After that, he actually moved up to Salina, Texas, which is close to Dallas, for a while. And then we both moved back to the Katy house. So I
Okay.
left Oklahoma and went to, yes.
Okay. And so at some point he decided to start renting out that Katy house, right?
Yes, ma'am. When we decided to move back to Oklahoma.
Okay. And so you moved to Oklahoma, and then you all moved back to Texas, to Sealy, Texas, right?
Yeah, yes,
Okay. And you all lived there in Sealy until separation. Is that right?
yes, yes.
And let's see. Why did you, let me rephrase that. What caused you to separate from Mr. Caudill?
The mental and physical abuse that I was going through, and just he didn't come home after work at night, and a lot of drinking. He would drink a lot and come home and be abusive. And I was at the point that I didn't feel like I was worth anything the way he would talk to me. So I left, packed up what I could get in my car.
Okay. You testified earlier to physical, mental, and emotional abuse. Can you tell us more about the physical abuse?
When we went on our honeymoon, when we were married, he was drinking a lot. We both drank, but he was drinking a lot. And we got back to our cabin on the cruise. And he went into the room first. When I walked into the cabin room, he grabbed my hair and he slammed my head down onto the counter, which is by the sink, and blacked my eye. And that was the first time that he had abused me. There was little things he would do that people wouldn't see, and the things he would say to me. In January of the next year, he said he'd never had a birthday party, so I threw him a big birthday party with all of his friends in Texas. And he got so drunk, he threw me in the back seat of my car, a Hyundai, drove really fast, crazy on the highway to our house in Katy. When we got there, he started punching me like you would a man, just on the floor, banging my head on the wood floor several times. He would stop and they would do it again. And he finally paused to go to the bathroom. I grabbed my shoes and just ran out the door and stayed gone for a couple of days at the neighbors. He apparently woke up the next day and told everybody he didn't even know where I was. He was so drunk, he didn't even know what happened. But I thought I was going to die that night. So there was other situations. So when we moved back to Oklahoma, and we had my kids had some friends over and they were having a bonfire, and he started fighting with me then. He burned me with cigarettes that night. I'm not abuse he did. I mainly just pulling my hair, pushing me against the wall, stuff like that. Another evening I was at my girlfriend's down the road over by where Eric's mom lives. And that's when he called me and told me to come outside. And that's when I did. That's when he ran and tackled me and started trying to choke me out. And that before I left, when we were living in Texas, he came home drunk and was threatening me. I just had the way he would talk to me like a dog. I just felt like I shouldn't live anymore. And so that's when I went down to the bar, left my car there, had my friend bring me home that night. The next morning, Eric just got up and left and went to work and wouldn't take me to get my car. So it was 7 miles. So I started walking to get my car. And some ladies picked me up and told me that I just needed to get my stuff and leave because I was worth more than that. So that's when I left.
Okay.
I'm not recalling all of the reports that I would file, but when the police would come out to our house, Eric would always walk out to the car. And by the time they got to the door, they were ready to take me to the net house. What all he would say to them. My psychiatrist said he was a manipulative narcissist, I believe. Sorry. Okay.
Okay.
Give me a second to fix this.
Okay. And you mentioned having filed police reports. Do you know how many times you had to file police reports?
Four times in Oklahoma.
Hold on a second. Can you hear me?
Oh, yes, we can hear you.
Hold on. When I do this, hold on. I'm trying to fix the problem again.
We're
We
good.
didn't see your hand.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Wait till I get back to my area.
I can hear you. Yeah, so they can hear you.
Don't start yet. Ms. Lozano's back, but yeah, we missed a couple minutes of Ms. Robertson's questions. So she's going to look and see what was the last thing she had.
The last I had was the answer. I'm not recalling all the reports that are on file when the police would come out to the house. And by the time they got to, and then that's when it broke up.
Okay. Are we ready to continue?
Yes.
All right. So Ms. Caudill, I'm sorry for that interruption. I know this stuff is not easy to talk about. So you said that you don't recall exactly how many police reports you made, but there were multiple, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And were those in Texas or Oklahoma?
Oklahoma.
And let's see, when you left him, you said that you did get another job, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and where was that?
At the Texas Attorney General's office is where I went to, where when I left him, I came back to Oklahoma to my sister's briefly, and then I was offered that position with the Attorney General's office just a week after I got back. So I took the position and went to work for them.
All right.
Rosenberg. Mm-hmm.
So you had been looking for work before you left him?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And where did you live while you were working at the office of the Attorney General's office?
When I first took the position, I didn't have anywhere to live. I stayed in a hotel for a little while, and then that's when I went to Galveston to the women's shelter. So to work to try to get somebody to get on my feet. Okay.
And you mentioned that he began stalking you while you were working at that job. Can you tell us more about that?
I would drive from Galveston to Rosenberg in the mornings to go to work. And I don't recall the highway numbers or names now, but I would drive in and he would be sitting in his truck on this particular highway in the mornings on the side of the road. I would see him in his truck. And then, so I started getting real nervous and everything because I didn't want him to know where I was. I talked to my boss about it. And so they were very understanding. I guess when I would go out on my lunch hour or something and I would see him driving by a parking lot, and I just was at the point I just couldn't do it anymore because I didn't know what he was going to do to me.
Is that when you chose to move back to Oklahoma?
Yes, I resigned my position and went from the Galveston shelter to Wings of Hope, which is a shelter in Stillwater, Oklahoma.
Okay. And since then, you testified earlier, well, I don't want to misquote you. So tell us, since then, what has your employment been like?
I haven't been able to keep a job very long. I'm same focused. So I worked for the tax commission for maybe 4 months. I work after that. And I worked for the health department in another town in Oklahoma for 6 months. And now I've been at Walmart since November.
Okay. So during the marriage to Mr. Caudill, well, let me clarify one more thing. Mr. Wire had asked you a question, did you live hand to mouth before marrying Mr. Caudill? Approximately what was your monthly income and for how long before marrying Mr. Caudill?
Monthly income was around $3,000, $2,800, $3,000 a month it was that amount. I've been working for years, so it was that amount or more.
And yet after leaving Mr. Caudill, because of, you're saying, is it because of the PTSD and the stress and the abuse that you haven't been able to work like you used to?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
And during the marriage, was there any financial abuse?
well, he controlled everything, all the accounts. So yes. I mean, whether I could spend something, I guess yes, there was.
Okay.
And then especially before I left, he took all of our money that was in our account, put it into an account in his own name, and I had nothing to live on.
Okay.
Even when I was there at the house.
Okay.
While looking for a job.
Okay. And Mr. Caudill put in his financial information statement, both parties filed these. It was actually after the first trial. He put that he makes approximately $6,113 a month after taxes from employment and other income. Is that right?
Yes.
And the financial information that you filed at the beginning of the case, we filed an updated one since then, but the first one that you filed showed that you were living off of unemployment. Is
Yes.
that right?
Yes.
Since the date of separation, Mr. Caudill has not provided you with any kind of support whatsoever. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
And how much money do you currently have in cash?
$5.76.
Okay. And how much money do you currently have in any financial account?
Oh, that's all I have.
Okay. Do you have any retirement accounts?
No.
Do you have any investment accounts?
No.
Do you have any CD accounts, certificate of deposit?
No, I do not.
Do you have any other financial accounts at all?
No.
Okay. And have you had any access to any income accounts belonging to Mr. Caudill or any portion of his income since you separated in 2018?
No, I have not.
And did you have access to funds during the marriage?
During the marriage? Yes. Or
Okay.
checking account. Yes.
Was that access very limited?
Was it what?
Limited?
Was it limited? Not the whole time we were married. No, just towards the end.
Okay. And what has your living situation been like since you separated? You mentioned earlier in your earlier testimony that you were living in your car for a little bit at some point after separation.
Yes. Yes.
And you mentioned that you work at Walmart right now. Do you have any other jobs?
I deliver like Uber Eats for food, in the evenings.
Okay. What is your current monthly income?
About $1,300 a month, if that.
Tell us about your monthly expenses.
My cell phone, the fuel for my vehicle back and forth to work and so forth is like $400 a month. My cell phone is $30 or $50, I believe. Auto insurance is $30 to $33. I have a storage unit, has my stuff in it. It's like $90. And That's pretty much what I pay. And I have student loans and some child support.
Do you have any assets that we haven't discussed in the initial part of trial or today?
I just have that little car that I bought. That's all I have.
Do you believe that Mr. Caudill has wasted community income and assets during the marriage and during the time of separation?
Yes.
And can you elaborate on that a little bit?
I don't know. I can't.
Okay.
I can't
We'll come back to that. You testified at trial that you knew that he had credit cards at the beginning of the trial. You knew he had credit cards, but you thought he'd paid them off every month and had no idea there was any debt until you were being questioned in trial, right?
Yes, that's correct.
And you testified that at trial was the first time you'd heard of any alleged debt, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see.
And some of those credit cards I've never even heard of.
Okay.
I mean, at all. And it sounds like he's trying to, since he consolidated, which he would do that a lot if the interest rate was low, he'd take all this cards and he would transfer them to this account, and then something else would come along, so he'd transfer them. It sounds like he's transferred all of them to that gateway, but then he's also asking for the money separately, is what I don't know what it sounds like. I don't know what else been consolidated.
Okay. And I thought that Mr. Wyer's line of questioning earlier might have been a little unclear, or at least your testimony might have been a little unclear as well. To be very clear, when did you ever use any credit cards that were in Mr. Caudill's name?
When he would ask me to go buy something, or if we were in the truck together and he would say, go in there and pay, that's when I would use his card.
Did you ever?
I didn't.
I'm sorry, please finish your answer.
I'm ready. Go ahead. I don't know what I was going to say.
Did you ever have his card in your possession without him? For instance, when you were living apart, like in Oklahoma, and he was in Texas while you were married, did you keep his cards on you?
No.
So he always had possession of his cards himself?
Yes, he always had them in his wallet.
Okay.
I guess.
And you testified that anything you would buy was with your debit card or cash or check?
Right.
Okay.
Right. Seems like they were trying to make it look like I was outspent using his credit card when I was in Oklahoma before he moved back to Oklahoma. But it was our Chase bank account card. Like I'd go to Fire Lake and buy gas or groceries or something like, but that was the bank account card. So.
Okay.
Right.
You mentioned, or you testified earlier, he asked you, did Eric pay the bills while y'all were living together? You testified that he did pay the bills, but was it, you also have testified that it was your income that also went into that account. Is that correct?
Right. That's correct.
All right. So you,
and as far as I know, he was paying the bills, but because everything's electronic, he had it all set up to go to his work email account at Jones and Carter. I didn't have any access to anything he would get or what he was doing.
Okay.
Yep.
I
I could only see on our bank statement, what was coming out for what account, what card.
Okay. And with regard to the Oklahoma property, you testified that he allowed his son to move onto that property during your marriage, right?
Yes, that's correct.
That was before separation?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And after separation, you testified earlier, you attempted to evict him, but that you ended up not going through with that case because you felt represented. Okay.
That's correct. I would go out to our property to get some of my stuff. I never even got my stuff, but his son would run me off. He would call Eric, and Eric would say, "Take her car tag off her car," and they wouldn't even let me on our property. And then he tried to shoot me with a gun. His son did one night when I was trying to get my stuff. It's just been.
Okay. And as, let's see, so there was testimony earlier in the trial that the rent that his son was paying Mr. Caudill was about $450 a month, right?
Yeah, that's, I never saw ever anything. I'm just going by what I, you know, there's the IBC account that I've seen that I just, you know.
Okay. He testified that it was $450 a month at the beginning of trial, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever see a penny of any of that money from the Oklahoma house?
No, no.
And
He was put in a separate account even while I was there. I didn't have access to it.
and with regard to the Katie home that was being rented at $1,300 a month or $1,200 a month after that maintenance fee, did you ever receive any money from that after being separated or even while you are married?
No, I did not. I even got a hold of the property management and they said that Eric said not to, you know, like to give me the check or anything like that. Just, you know, because I was trying to find a place to live. I mean, means to live. So.
Okay. And you did end up evicting Mr. Caudill's son from the property while this case was pending. Is that right?
Yes, yes.
And is
Finally.
that because the property had to be listed per the court's order?
Yes, ma'am. That I took Judge Leedy's order to the court here in Oklahoma and to get it evict his son so we could sell it. And his son kept saying that his dad was going to buy it and he wasn't moving out. And the judge, I mean, finally, after months, me having to keep going into court, that she finally ordered him to leave. But he still didn't leave. The people that bought the property had to actually move him off the property.
And you spent about $300 for that eviction, and you're requesting that you be reimbursed for that, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
I can understand why Eric didn't have a son leave. I don't know.
Okay. You also mentioned earlier that y'all had a joint bank account, and that was it your testimony that he paid taxes on the separate property out of that joint bank account?
Yes, yes. It was all paid out of that account.
Did he ever pay for any other items out of that joint bank account for the Katie home?
Yeah, oh yeah. When he was doing all the maintenance to it, and there were several things. Somebody had ran through the front of the house in their car and he had to fix all that up. Something with the roof was leaking, had to fix that. The back of the house outside, there was where the water was supposed to drain, would always stop up and flood the house. So he was working on that.
So
He also had a side business, some kind of property maintenance business that he spent money on working on people's property, and then they would pay him.
So he was spending quite a bit of community property money, which you were contributing to on that separate property home, right?
Yes.
Is that
to get it to rent it. Yes.
Is that another reason that you're requesting part of the rental income that you never saw?
Yes.
Okay. And just give me 1 second, please. So it's your testimony that for the HELOC, the home equity line of credit that was taken out against the Katie home, you testified that it was not the full $20,000 that was used as a down payment on the Oklahoma property, right?
That's correct.
How much of that home equity line of credit was used as a down payment on the Oklahoma property?
That's why I said I'm $8,000 of it, and then $2,000 of our account. So there was a cashier's check given to Vision Bank when we purchased it for $10,000. And
Okay.
I have a copy of the cashier's
So
check.
only $8,000 of that came from his separate property, Katie home.
Yeah. Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. All right. I'll pass the witness, Your Honor.
Mr. Wire? And Mr. Wire, you're muted.
I'm sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Thank you. Mrs. Caudill, you're testifying there was abuse, is that correct? Or you have
Yes, sir.
testified, okay. But you have not presented any police reports, is that correct?
That's correct.
You have not presented any witnesses, is that correct?
We've had
Hello?
so many hearings on this.
Ms. Caudill's muted now.
Oh, I am. Can you hear me now? Hello?
I can hear you now, but the screen is saying you're muted, so go ahead.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay,
And-
we didn't get Ms. Caudill's answer to the prior question.
I haven't brought any witnesses. We've had so many hearings, I wouldn't even, I guess, know when to bring them. I don't know. So,
Okay. And you have provided no police reports, is that correct?
Your Honor, objection, that's been asked and answered.
Objection sustained.
Okay. You said that you had a hotel when you left because of the abuse. Now, how did you pay for that hotel?
my sister paid for them, and my sister paid for it,
With
so I could go back to work.
cash?
I don't, excuse me,
Cash?
did my sister pay cash? She looked it up online.
Okay. And you're saying that you're suffering from PTSD, is that correct?
PTSD.
Okay. And have you provided any medical records today?
No, I wasn't asking for any money for that. I don't know why it would provide it.
Well, you're asking for a disproportionate share of the estate, and I'm assuming you're asking for it because there's abuse and there's damages. Is that correct?
Yes,
But you have provided no documentation to prove any damages. Is that correct?
yes,
And you have provided no evidence in your testimony that you were abused.
yes.
Okay. And I'm kind of curious about this because of the line of questioning, but been married approximately 6 years. Is that correct?
Yes,
And you were only together 3 years. Is that correct?
yes.
So is it your contention that Mr. Caudill is responsible for you because y'all have been together 3 years?
Somewhat, yes.
Why is that?
Because I have always worked and taken care of my children and been a good mother and a good supporter. And after the abuse and what I've gone through, I'm having a hard time just doing a daily schedule.
But again, you have not provided evidence to the court to prove abuse. Is that correct?
That's correct. But if I can, I will. I mean, I guess if we have to continue it again, I will get the evidence.
Okay, so we had you saying that you're entitled to $1,200 a month for the rent of the Katy property. Is that correct?
That's correct, because I thought the debts and the assets, then you split. I guess that's what I thought.
Okay, now, and you're telling me Mr. Caudill spent money on that rent home. Is that correct?
Yes,
You're saying he spent community property on that rent home. Is that correct?
yes. The time that the car ran through the front of the house, had to get that all fixed. There were several things. I don't even know. I think the insurance was giving him a hard time because the roof was all leaking into the house. Several things we kept having to fix before we ever even rented it out to someone.
So is the rent home kind of like a business? You have revenue and then expenses?
Is it what?
Would you run the rent home as a business, like you have revenue, then minus expenses, then you have net income?
I'll object to that
I
question
don't
here. Of Would she run the rent home? That's both irrelevant and speculative. It's his separate property. She didn't run the rental home. He did.
Well, Your Honor, I'm trying to point out the fact that you have revenue and they're asking for revenue, but along when you have a property of this type, you have expenses
Okay, well,
that offsets the revenue.
Objections overruled, and yes, I wanted to follow up on that myself. So, and again, if Ms. Caudill doesn't know, then we'll have to get it from Ms. Caudill, Mr. Caudill. But so, if the rent was about $1,200 a month, is what are the expenses? And if she knows, please fill me in, Ms. Caudill.
The expense. I don't know. I know that $100
If you don't know, then you don't know. That's your answer, and we'll hear it from Mr. Caudill.
Okay.
Okay, Ms. Caudill, do you agree that the revenue of $1,200 a month less the expenses is the net income of the rental property?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, Ms. Caudill, you are an auditor. You have an accounting background.
The background, yes, not a degree.
Okay, but you understand revenue minus expenses. Is that correct?
I'm more of a compliance auditor.
Okay. That's all, Your Honor. I pass the witness.
All right, Ms. Robertson. Ms. Robertson, do you have any follow-up questions?
Yes, Your Honor. I do have a couple of follow-up questions. Ms. Caudill, you said that you testified that you believe that you're owed a disproportionate share of the estate because you've always worked and taken care of your children, been a good supporter, and after the abuse, you're having a hard time making a daily schedule. But is it also because of Mr. Caudill's complete refusal to support you both during and after the marriage, and during the marriage and even after the separation?
Yes.
Okay. Is it also because he used a lot of your money to pay for separate property assets?
Yes.
And is it also because of his wasting of community assets by racking up
Yes.
lots of credit card debt?
Yes.
Debt that you didn't even know about until this trial?
Yes, that is correct.
Mr. Wire asked you, do you believe that you're entitled to $1,200 a month from the property? It's not $1,200 a month you're seeking. You're seeking half of that
Yes,
per
ma'am.
month. Okay.
Yes, correct.
All right. No further questions for her. I'll pass.
All right.
Ms. Caudill, I believe I asked this earlier, and I believe you testified you had nothing, but I need to clarify this. How much money did you have when you got married to Mr. Caudill?
How much did I have? I don't remember you asking me that question.
Okay, how much, well, I'm asking now, how much money did you have in savings when you married Mr. Caudill?
Probably $2,000, probably somewhere around that.
Okay, and you're saying Mr. Caudill wasted that $2,000?
Your Honor, he's mischaracterizing what the witness said, misquoting the witness.
Okay, well, just
Right.
go ahead and re-ask your question, Mr. Wire, and see if Mr.
Okay. Yeah, Ms. Caudill, you're saying that Mr. Caudill wasted assets. Can you give me specific examples of the wasting of assets?
Going out and buying a lot of unneeded things and charging him on the credit cards. I guess he went out and partied a lot, restaurants, drinking, a lot of that he charged to stuff that I wasn't even included, wasn't there. Purchasing items, tools, all this kind of stuff that he just, I don't know, motorcycle, I don't know.
Now, Mr.
The riding
Caudill,
lawnmower we bought, bought a brand new riding lawnmower. I don't even know where it went.
Mr.
The tractor,
Caudill,
I don't know where it went.
Mr. Caudill claims that you ran up the credit card debt. What do you say about that?
I did not.
Okay, and you're saying that you lived off the debit card account, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, is there a reason why it would be better if you don't want Mr. Caudill to know that you're spending money? Is there a reason why it would be better to use a credit card versus the debit card account?
I do not know what, I don't know where this is going. I don't know.
Okay, that's all. Pass the witness.
Ms. Robertson, anything else?
No further questions for her, Your Honor.
Okay. All right, so we'll be done for now with Ms. Caudill, and Mr. Wire and Ms. Robertson. You'll probably get into it with Mr. Caudill, but Mr. Wire, if you can highlight again for me so that I'll be clear on this cellular debt. And I know Ms. Robertson said she didn't get any discovery about that, but tell me again, what's the cellular debt?
Okay, give me just one moment here, Your Honor. This is Exhibit 5. Okay, that's the Citibank debt, Your Honor, which is where the loan for the house came. And
Which house? Which house?
this would be the home equity loan on the Katie home. And I believe we've already had testimony that from Mrs. Caudill that agreed that there was a $20,000 loan on that.
Okay, and then Ms. Robertson, just give me your position again on the cellular Citibank loan.
Yeah, Your Honor, we have, during discovery, we were never provided with any kind of evidence or documentation of that, but both parties testified at the beginning of trial that there was a $20,000 home equity line of credit taken out on the separate property, Katie home, by Mr. Caudill. We have Ms. Caudill testifying that $8,000 of that was indeed used as a down payment toward the Oklahoma property.
And then Mr. Caudill will testify that the remainder was used to pay debt, Your Honor.
Okay.
Ms. Caudill's position is that the rest of that was spent on repairs to the Katie property. She testified to that, I believe, beginning of trial and again today, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, so, but if $8,000 of that was used for the Oklahoma property, and then the property was sold a minute. So for about $76,000 ballpark. How does that, Ms. Robertson, how are you saying that $8,000 that was used to buy the Oklahoma property that then was sold later, how does that factor into the division?
Ms. Caudill would still ask for half of, more than half, a disproportionate share of the proceeds from that sale of the Oklahoma property.
Right. And how does the $8,000 loan that was used to buy the Oklahoma property, how does that factor into a division?
I believe that would be up. We haven't heard what they're asking for that, and so our position would be that she gets a disproportionate share. We've not heard testimony from Mr. Caudill or any kind of request that he be given that money.
I thought his request was going to be to divide that Singular First City bank loan. But if most of that was used on his separate property, I get that. But if I'm understanding things, they took a loan out and used about $8,000 of that to buy a property in Oklahoma that was then sold, and then that money will be divided. So again, I'm trying not to, double dip here. If I divide up the sale of the house, do I also divide up, does somebody get a credit for $8,000? What, Ms. Robertson, how do you see that $8,000 factoring into the sale price of the property in Oklahoma?
Well, we've agreed that it was taken out as a loan on his separate property home. We have not heard testimony or request that any of that be reimbursed to him. And so I'm not going to say that I believe it should be reimbursed to him. That's not our position.
What is your position?
That Ms. Caudill be granted a disproportionate share of the total income. There was no proof of this loan given until recently, and we have the testimony where she conceded that $8,000 was used toward that. But I don't think Ms. Caudill is saying that she doesn't want any of the money or that she agrees that it should be given back to him.
Okay, I'm still not clear on Ms. Caudill's position. Mr. Wire, can you help clarify this at all?
I'm not sure what Mrs. Caudill's position is, but basically she has testified that a $8,000 loan was made on Mr. Caudill's separate property and put down on the Oklahoma property. So before division, that $8,000 does need to come out of that $76,000 equity. That would be our opinion on that. But then also we're going to turn around and ask for the remainder of the 20, I'm going to just say 20,000, the remainder of that 20,000, which would be 12,000 for simplicity, to be split between the wife and the husband because it was used to pay debt.
Okay. And Your Honor, now that we have him clearly asking for a reimbursement of that $8,000, our position would be that there has been no tracing done on those funds, and there has been testimony about a joint account where that home equity line of credit was probably deposited. We don't have any evidence that it wasn't deposited there, and it would be their burden to show that. And so we don't believe that they're entitled to a full reimbursement of that money without any sort of tracing. And that we've heard testimony that, this community property funds were used toward separate property. And so it would be, we don't think that he should just get $8,000 back without tracing those
And
funds.
Your Honor, she has testified and agreed to $8,000. Actually, my client believes it's more than $8,000. But definitely, she has testified that $8,000 was used on the Oklahoma home. I did get her to state that, Your Honor. And previously, she had stated about $10,000. So she's kind of changed. If we go back and look at the trial transcript from January 19th, on page 27 of the trial transcript, it does appear that she knew that there was an equity loan out there, and it appears to me that she agreed it was $10,000, and that's on page 27 of the trial transcript.
All right, well, we're going to break for lunch and we'll come back and continue at 1:30. And I'm looking at Miss Lozano for a minute. Are we going to, will this Zoom continue or we have to send another one? And we're off the record.
We have to send another one, but we have a 1:30.
I know we need to finish this one.
So I was gonna say, we'll get Maria to send out another one for the afternoon.
Okay. So we'll send out another Zoom invite for 1:30 and then we'll continue, but we'll be
Thank you, Your
recessed
Honor.
until 1:30. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.